Hello, welcome to Spy Money. I will not be narrating this. This will be a quiet video just to let you watch Angular at work and to see how it works. That's all we're going to be doing on this. We are going to be running on NQ today. And the way this works is if you see the green, that means you go long. The orange, you stay out. The red, you short. And Angular works off of angles of a moving average of your choice. So it should be pretty good for you. I'm going to let this run for quite a while. And I should have already had it turned on. I was busy doing some other things. But you can see that, there's some good trades in here. There's, at the beginning, there's, a little bit of chop in there. And on this one, your max potential. And that's all I'm showing. It's just the max. You're not going to make the max. But this just gives you an idea of how it actually works. And you could be done right now. Angular works really well. It does a good job. I'll let this run for a little bit. And remember, this is delayed. You do not want to trade this live. This is delayed. You're going to lose money if you try to trade this off of YouTube. You will lose money. So don't trade it off of here. It's not the same. I've warned you. I've also put on the disclaimer right on the screen. Do not live trade from this. It's delayed. If you want to know more information about this, you can always go to SpyMoneyLSE.com. You click on the website at the top and it says the NinjaTrader products. When you click on that, it'll be there. I am going to put this on the homepage sometime today. Let you look at it. Be easier to find. I have a lot I have to do today, and I plan on taking off today. I've already made my money today. I've already done my trades in here. So the Angular is very, very good. As you can see, this right here, the max would be 1,050. There's 2,025. There's 810. There's 630. Any of these trades right here, you could be done for the day. That's starting at 9:30. If I start this back a little bit more, usually I start around 6 in the morning. Here's 3 in the morning. So if you get up early, we have some people that are in the over in Europe. So there's your 2150. Right here is 1245. You got some chopping here. When you start seeing these lines build up, that's a good indication to not necessarily be there when you're flickering back and forth. If you would have taken this one here, worst case scenario is you come down, you get your stop below it. So yes, you're going to have a bad trade every now and then. For the most part, you can see this is good money. Very good money. So am I in a trade right now? No. No, I'm not. Not in a trade. I've already made my money for today. I have my e-bike loaded up on my truck, and I am going to take it down to the park, and I'm going to ride around today. I've got my shorts on, got my short sleeve shirt on. I'm at my house in Ohio. I'm not down in South Carolina right now. I'm up in Ohio. I'm just going to have fun. I don't trade all day. I'm not like all these other people that just trade and trade and trade and overtrade. I come in, I get my money in the morning, and I take the rest of the day off and just go have fun. This indicator is lease only. Lease only. That's where we are with it. A lot of people asking about a bot. Am I going to make a bot? Who knows? Maybe I already have a bot. Maybe I don't. Time will tell what we do. Over here drinking my water. A lot of people drink coffee in the morning. I drink water. Especially if I'm going to go biking. That e-bike I bought, I tell you what, that thing is just like the berries. They can go 32 miles an hour. It's fast. So you can see right there, this thing has moved down to there. So there's, how many trades do you need for the day? That's starting at the London session. This is London and US. Right here is the potential break even you might have had. This one would have been a loss unless you held it there and got a break even. So it really kind of depends on how you played this. This was definite winner, definite winner, definite winner. Possible, depending on what you played here, I would have been in that from there on. I would not have been out and then got back in. But either way, you would have made, potentially made this right here. But it all depends on what people do. All depends on what you do. I was going to show you that e-bike I bought. I like it too. It's pretty good. It says currently unavailable now. But let's see, make sure there's nothing on there. Yeah, there's nothing on there. That's an e-bike I bought. That thing is sweet. I run about 22 mile an hour on that thing, pedaling hard. I'm not one of those Harley riders on it. I actually pedal. It's thing does great. I love it. So if you're looking for an e-bike, that's a good one. Amazon's where I bought it. So right now this is showing that we're going in a long. So right here's where, when this bar closes, that's where you'd go long. So let's open this up a little bit. I don't trade until the bar closes. I have it turned on each tick. Now right there is where my entry would be. That's where you would go in. I'm not trading, I'm done for the day. But this is where your entry would be. Now your exit will kind of depend on how you play the game. So I am going to show you how I do it. And let's see here. Take that one out. Let's see, take that one out. I've got a new balance indicator that I am running test on. And let's see here, that one. Okay, so the way I trade it is I add the balance. Okay, so let me add the balance first. We're live, so I'll just show you. Here's the balance. The way it works is right here, if we're underneath it, we are short bias. If we're over it, we're long bias. And then if we're short bias, we look for these levels. That's what we're looking for. As you can tell, we come down almost to it, then we hit it. We hit it, went sideways, come right back up, retested. We hit it, broke through, come down to this one. Now we're retesting this one. So that's how I trade. That's what I'm looking for. These are the levels that they're not going to change all day either. So just so I can give you some pointers here. You can pause this or screenshot it or whatever. Here's the levels for today. All of these levels right here. If you want to screenshot it, then you'll have them for today. So what we're going to do is we're looking to trade to this one right now. Now that's not to say this won't come up and then retest and then drop, but more than likely we are going to go to this one. A lot of times we will go all the way back to the balance. We never touched the balance yet, and that is a good indication that we may go up from here all the way back to the balance. Now it doesn't mean it's going to do it on this one trade. It could be in, several different trades. It could just walk itself back up. It's not just going to shoot straight up to it. We did have this big old sell-off right here. So we go back in, and let me add one more thing that I trade with. This is what's on my chart when I trade. If you want to know how I trade, this is it. This is a zone indicator, SPY money zone, and it tells me where my zones are. And the zones are based off of a 5-minute time frame. So this one right here, we have to open this up and we have to make this for, say, 15 days. And we got to get more data on the chart in order for the zones to pop up. So we never hit this right here. So there's a good chance we're going to come up and come right back down to here. And if we come to here, we're going to TP6. That's what will happen. We've got pretty decent support here. We've got a very high resistance up here. This is a lot going on. And look where it is, the SPY money balance right there. So this is how I trade this right here. It's exactly what I look at when I'm trading. And if you had played that one, there's another $530 max that you could have gotten, which you wouldn't have got that. I know that. But maybe you're still in the trade. And the way I would have played this is when this went up and it started modulating back and forth and just going sideways. That would be my entry to get out. And then when it come down and pushed off of this, that's another entry for me. So I play the retest. And if I miss my entry here, I would wait for the retest and then hop in here to go long. That's what I would do. But again, I've already made my money today. When you've already made your money, you don't need to keep trading. It's over trading. But I will probably just let this thing play out for, I don't know. We're coming up on, what, 10 o'clock now? So we've got 3 minutes till 10. If you haven't made your money by 10 or 10:30, you're not going to make your money, probably. Probably not going to do it. Now, when and if I build that bot, you're going to have to lease the indicator. There is no getting out of it. You have to lease the indicator in order to get the bot. If you currently are leasing SpyBot, then the only thing you'll have to do is lease the indicator, and it will come with your subscription to the bot. And if you have, hey Tony, if you have, if you don't have a lease on the bot, and this is all you want, and you don't want the other bots, then you have to lease this, and then you'll have to just pay a small fee to get the bot. So you can have both. And it's going to be cheaper than if you lease SpyBot and this at the same time. So if the only thing that you're wanting to use is AngularBot, that would be the less expensive way to get in. But you wouldn't have access to all the other bots. And we've got some good bots. We've got some good money-making bots. So it's going to be, you'll end up paying $400 more to get all the other bots, either $400 or $700 more, depending on which package you pick. That's where you're going to be. So see how we went up and we just started lollygagging around across the side. Now we're in a short. So the most that you could have made is $670. Let's just say that you were going for $500 a trade. Let's just say that's your amount that you're looking for. Well, from the London session, you'd had it here. You would have had it here. You would have missed it here. This is probably a break-even trade. You would have had it here. You would have had it there, here, here, and there. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 $500 trades. Is $3,500 on a $1,000 investment. I mean, you're looking at the live screen. This one right here, you'd be looking for 500. So let's just see where the 500 would be. So we'll move this down. All right, so it's already reversed, so we will be out. This one right here would have been a loss. You would have lost money right there. So if you're going to do this one, and if it's going to go up to 500, so right there is about 500. We'll move this one up a little bit. I might be a little bit off down here. So that's where we're looking at for that. So see how we're going sideways here? See all these lines that are showing up? What did I tell you a while ago? When you start seeing all these lines, these bars, it's probably a good indication just not trade. Remember when I told you that if you haven't made your money by 10 o'clock, you're not going to make your money. Right here is 10 o'clock. And now look what they're doing. They're taking all the money right here that you made back here. Right here, they're whittling it out. They're taking all of it. So if you would have traded according to what you should trade, you would have already had your money and gone. That's why I tell everybody, I told you all a while ago, I've already made my money. I'm not going to trade anymore. Right here's why. This is why. Somewhere between 10 and 10:30, you will get either a direction change or a direction pick. We'll say it that way. And where we have come down, this right here is where they have been covering their shorts. That's why this shot up so quick. They were covering a little bit here, and then they shorted more. Then they covered right here real hard, covering every bit of this right here. Now we're starting to go up. Right here, they're accumulating. That's what's going on. That's called accumulation. With accumulation, are we going to go up or are we going to go down? We don't know, but they know. The only thing we can do is guess. And right here is when they are letting everybody come in thinking it's going to go back up. So they're buying all these longs, and then they tank it down, and then they get all the stops and stuff. So right now they're wearing the people out. And right now is a gamble. I mean, you can play off of this TP4 and go long and then just put your stop down here. Say you put your stop right there below this one. And if you'd got in right there, then maybe it's going to go back up to the balance, which is what I suspect is we're going to go back up to here. We never touch the balance, and hardly ever, very small percentage of the time, do we not hit that balance. So I think right now is accumulation to run up to here. But if you get in right here, they'll bring it right back down and stop you out, and then they wear you out right here. That's what they're doing. You cannot trade in accumulation. That's called chop accumulation. range, whatever you want to call it. You can't trade that. You cannot do it. So guys, just listen to me. I've been trading a long time. I've been trading futures a good while. I build this stuff. I know what I'm talking about here. Go do something else. Only thing I'm doing is showing you the video and not trading. So this one right here, if you would have got in and just kept your stop, say it was there, right here is where you're going to win. See, now this was accumulation. They're taking it long. The only way you could have played this is if you had stayed in this trade here, which actually you would have taken your $500 and gone. If you got in here, that's 82. So let's just see where your drawdown would have been if you would have stayed in it right there. Now you wouldn't have done that. That's too much. So what this right here was just to get everybody out of the game. And then eventually, you know, they took you in again right here and then stopped you out, and you thought, well, I'm not getting in this one, and then it runs. Isn't that the way it always goes? It always runs. So you wouldn't have taken, you know, held that out for that $500. So you would have, you know, probably maybe broke even or something in here. This one right here, you'd already got your $500. If you just traded $500 every time, you'd have it. Now here's a little something I'll show you. If you take the top to the bottom, it pulled back into the battle zone, and watch what happens here. It will hit this right here, maybe a little in it, and then it will pull right back down to the TP3, and then it will try to make another play through. And how do I draw these zones out here? That's in the course, How to Trade the Two-Step. If you lease SpyBot, you get that course for free if you're doing the SpyBot Premium. It's the more expensive of the two SpyBots. I give two options. One is to pay for the cheaper one, but you don't get the courses and training. And then you can pay the more expensive one, and you get all the courses and the live training and so forth with it. This indicator, Angular, that's what it's called, is by far the best one that I've got. Best indicator I've got. I supply settings on the website. You also get, in our Discord, you get a Angular chat. And it's only people that lease Angular. And everybody that leases Angular is not in my Discord by far. I have more customers outside of Discord than in Discord. But if you join the Discord and you're leasing Angular, you will get a chat room, and we talk about settings and stuff. Other people are talking about it. It's private. Only the Angular people can see it. Does a really good job. But this right here was the accumulation to take it up. So now we hit that zone. We're pulling back to the TP3. It's getting ready to reverse and try to make another play for it. There's a chance this may just go ahead and keep on coming down. But more than likely it will reverse, and then it will come through. It'll hit this, range a little bit, then it'll bust through up to this one. Then it will bounce down, kind of back and forth, and eventually get over to there. So this is the area that we're looking to go to. The main one is back to the balance. We're looking to go back to 12,222.75. That's where we're looking to go. So right now they are going to play with the people right now. They're going to make it look like it's going to go short. And then they're just going to sneak in and push the volume up and take your money. But if you play the Angular just on the $500 trade, that's 50% of your trade every time. You do 10 contracts right here, there's $5,000 on 500. 10 contracts isn't much money, guys. That's only $10,000. I mean, you do this right here every day and just take the $500, you're going to be doing really well. And it's not hard to do this manually. You don't need a bot for it. You just sit there and wait. I mean, this thing moves pretty quick. I'm going to take me a little break here real quick. So I'm going to turn my volume off. One thing that you can do is alerts. Let me turn those on. Actually, let's see if we go into here. And I don't show the settings on it, but I'm going to go ahead and turn the alerts on, and you'll be able to hear them. It has audible and visual alerts. The visual are the arrows and the color bars. You can turn these color bars off if you want. You can even, I tell you what, before I walk away, let me show you this real quick. If I want, I can turn the whole background to the color of the histogram and the color bars. You can turn it like this if you want. It's a little much for me, but if you want to see the background, you can. Or you can do just the one bar, which is kind of what I prefer. It's less obtrusive on the screen. That's just my personal opinion. But you can do what you want. You can turn that histogram off if you want. If you don't want the histogram there, turn it off. I like it. I like to watch it. And the reason I like to watch it is I like to see what's happening to the direction of the moving average. When this starts coming down, you can start seeing that it's probably going to be a little bit of divergence. You can play it that way. You can also turn the color bars off. So if you just want to see the color bars the way they normally are, bullish and bearish bars, you can do that. I like to see the color bars. Just gives good, clean direction. If it's red, stay in. If it's orange, get out. You can change it to whatever moving average that you want. Whatever period you want. If you've got a favored one, some people like HMA, some people like WMHA, or WMA, EMA, SMA. You pick the one you want. All right, so we went up, we hit that zone, we come right back down. Look at this zone here, it's staying right in it. It looks like we're coming back down to here. If we come back down through here, more than likely this is our next stop. This is our zone, plus our balance, the take profit on the balance. So you got both of them there. I'm going to take me a little break. Just continue watching. You can see there's still some good profits that you can make in here. Also between the TP4 and the TP5 it's $785. So if you just traded, from one to the other, you're looking, over $700 that you could pick up there. If you just trade off the balance. I have an update on the balance. It's going to be out probably today. I get so many spam DMs on YouTube, or not YouTube, but Discord. As I said earlier, there is a lot of chop from 10 to 10:30. So we're probably getting ready to pick the direction now. And my guess, and this is just purely a guess, is that we will go ahead and go back to the balance. I think all this right in here is accumulation. If you go back and look at all this, this is the bears pushing it down, and then they allowed this to come up, and then this was a bull trap, So this pushed up, everybody started hopping in, thought it was going to do it, and then they just slammed you right here. So in order flow, the way it kind of works is when you have all these sellers pushing down, and then they'll let it come up, and then they'll sell it back down to this level, which is where we are, and then they will push it up from there. So if you look back over in all this, actually let me get a different chart. I'll show you something here. Let me just open up a new one. I should have already been gone. I'm going to show you on a 5-minute time frame because it's easier to see. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to show it on MNQ, and the reason I'm going to show it on that is so that we can see the, that's a 1 minute, so we're on a 5 minute, and we're going to delete all that stuff off. So what I'm going to do is show you on MNQ because it's the same chart, but you don't have all of these data boxes put on there. That's why I'm showing on MNQ. It's going to be the same chart though. So when we look at this, right now the 5 minute, you come down, you got all this accumulation in here, but is it going to go up or is it going to go down? Well, if you start looking back, you'll see right there's a good support off the bottom there, and this right here. So what happened was the bulls pushed it up, and they're letting it come down. And right now the bulls are protecting their investment. So the bulls are going to keep on buying here to push it up higher. So right there is our where it went up to and then started coming down. We have these areas right here. Actually, I guess it would be right there. And you have this one here. So these are areas of support and resistance. So if we look back at it, and again, this is a 5 minute. This is only looking since Friday morning time, Friday open. So they pushed it up, and then it came through. And when it started coming down, they pushed it. Just kept on pushing different levels. But right now, this sold off hard to our main level. There's a chance we may come down to here, but more than likely, where they push this up, the bulls are protecting their investment. This is all order flow. So by pushing or protecting this investment, they're going to want to push this up. They're not going to want to lose any money that they had left. So all the buying that they did right in here, this is all accumulation to push it up. Accumulation, push it up. Accumulation. They ended up selling off quite a bit. Actually, this right here was on Sunday night. Is that right? Yeah, this is Sunday night. So they pushed it up, but they ended up selling off to take the profit, and then they started accumulating again, made it look like it was going to sell off, and then they pushed it again and took everybody's money here. When all the stops started filling, then that just really took off. So that's kind of what they've done here, is they just kept on selling off all of this move right here. They've just been selling it off and taking their money, and then they dumped it this morning. But right now, they're down here to where they originally were accumulating. So they still have a lot of their contracts there. So right here, they're protecting, and they're going to go ahead and buy more. More than likely, probably push it up. More than likely, that's not a definite. But we do have this area down here as well. So by having this area, we've got a support right here. As you can see, we broke through, we come down, retested, went up, retested, 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 and push up. There's a chance that they are still selling off a little bit here, but just minor, and then you're going to have another move to come down to here. More than likely, that's probably what's going to happen, because it's already, with this big sell off here, they sold off a whole lot of stuff to come down, and right now they quit selling, and now they're just selling off little by little, not the big ones, the little by little, just trying to capture their money. So they're letting it go up, and then they'll sell it off, and then they'll let it go up, sell it off, because there's a lot of people wanting to buy. And then all of a sudden you'll see a big dump like this one that will push it right down to here, which could happen today. It may happen today. But they may be protecting their investment here to push it higher. And if you look at this right here, this is the area that they are looking for. So if we draw this in, which is right there, this will probably push right on down to here before it will go higher. Probably what will happen. If we look back on the data here, and if we go back to, say, 180 days, so we can get a more feel of what's there, you can see that it played within these zones all the way back through. So let's just take this back. All through here was that was a major accumulation period to sell it off. So if we take this one, so we don't forget which one it is, and then we come back over here, that's where we're going. So I would say that this right here, it may come back down to here, but I think it's going to push to right here, just based off of that part there. So if we go back to a 15-minute, just so we can go back and see further. Yeah, I would say that this big old move right here is what's right now. This is all of the shorts covering right here, and that's what they're doing. They're covering this position. So more than likely, this will come back up to here, and then it will sell off again. More than likely, my opinion. So the move that you've had here already. So you got your $500 again. If you're trading that, you got your, that's, how many moves is that now? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because that one didn't go. So let's just call the others break even. So you got 8, and you've got 9, 10, almost 10. But you have been close. You wouldn't have let that go back up. So we'll call it 10. And then 11. So there's 11 $500 trades you could have had since 3 this morning. Now that's not to say that you didn't take more, because there's a 670, there's a 1500, a 2000, but there's 11. That's $5,500 on a $1,000 trade. So if you had, let's say you had a bot, and you were using a bot on it, then you could just set it for $500 and enter and exit, and it would just automatically do it. But now where a bot's going to get you in trouble is right here. Depends on how your stops are set on your bot. You're going to get in trouble right here too. This right here was the worst part for a bot. A bot is just going to get wore out. You'd have to pause it to not take all these trades. Okay, I just saw some of the comments. Is lifetime. I don't know what you mean by lifetime. This is a monthly lease. That alert is sound could deafen a man. Yeah. Well, you can turn the alerts off. I can't turn them down. Actually, yeah, I can too. Yeah, there we go. I turned them down. Let's see what happens there. Top cars, I didn't see your message before you deleted it, so I don't know what you said. Again, this is delayed, guys. You don't want to trade off this chart. You're going to lose a lot of money if you do. It's delayed charts. YouTube delays by 30, 31 seconds, I believe. I think the chat is not delayed, but what you're chatting about is delayed. But we can't have you not hear my voice over the alerts. With the bots, are they ideal with these prop firms and their drawdowns? You know, if you use a bot with a prop firm, you really need to use it on either single minis or sometimes even micros. Apex and Earn to Trade are my two favorites. I no longer recommend UProfit because UProfit customer service, they will never answer you. It's the worst trading prop firm out there. They have a good plan, but if you have trouble or anything, they are horrible because they never answer you. Worst customer service ever. I sent a message to the owner of the company last week, and it took her 2 days to answer me. And then when she answered me, she said that she prided herself on their customer support. And I said, I don't think I'd be priding on that. I said, because you still haven't answered me. So to this day, they still have not answered my emails. I had to go to Facebook and message her to get an answer, and still not taken care of. So I would not use UProfit. Worst company out there. Apex, man, I tell you what, Apex, our customer service is just like excellent. It is probably some of the best customer service you'll ever get. However, it takes a long time to get paid, and they have a trailing drawdown, and I don't like their drawdown. I pass many accounts on them. I don't use them as a live account, but I pass them just to show that my products work on their stuff. The one I would recommend with Apex is at least the $150,000 account, at least. But you're really better off just to do a 300. That way, if you ever get to the point where you feel comfortable enough to trade up to 35 contracts, you can. I would not buy 5, 10 prop firm accounts just to have them, and then because they say that you're reducing your risk. Well, that's not true. You really basically have the same risk. The only thing different is you're going to be paying them 85. I think it's $85 a month, or 75, or whatever it was. $80, we'll call it, a month for each account to have it. So the more accounts you have, the more overhead you're going to have. The trailing drawdown is the only, I don't like it because if you have, let's say you have $300,000 account, they've got a $7,500 drawdown. If you are trading and let's say you get it up to $319,000, you're $1,000 away from passing. And then all of a sudden, well, let me rephrase that. Let's say you get you're starting off brand new, $300,000. If you decide, if you know that it's going to be long all day, and you want to go in, say 5 contracts or 10, or because you can do up to 35. Let's just say you do 10 contracts, and you just want to go ahead and get in at the bottom, and you want to set your profit target for $21,000. That way, you'll pass your evaluation. If it goes up to say $20,000 and then reverses and comes down to $8,000, you blew your account, even though you're green for the day. So I don't like it. I don't like it for that reason. However, if you play by the rules and you just scalp it, and if you go up and let's just say you're trading 10 contracts and you are up $5,000, take your money, wait on the next pullback, hop back in, and then trade for another 5,000. Just do it like 4 times, and you've got your 20 grand. And it's really not hard. If you're trading 10 contracts, $5,000 is nothing. I mean, look at this right here. If you would have traded 10 contracts here, you would be up, they're $5,000. If you're doing the $500 a contract, you would have one here, you would have one here, you would have one there, and over here. So there's your money. You're done. You passed the $300,000 account by trading 10 contracts at a time on a $300,000 account with Apex. So this right here would have passed you one day. Do you need a bot for this to do that? No, you don't. If you just watch this, listen to your alerts, make sure that you're trading in the proper times. We said from 10 to 10:30 is not a good time to trade. As you can see, there's a lot of chopping here, although you were able to get your money that you needed for that particular account if you're trading 10 contracts. So here's the other thing I don't like about them. And it's really the only two things I don't like. One, I don't like the trailing drawdown, but you can get by it. When you go to a live account, there is no trailing drawdown. So as long as you have more than 300,000 in your account, you can trade whatever you want to trade. So the live account, they're really good on that instance. The part I don't like, the major thing, is yes, and see, for a month using historical data. I can show what it did over a month, but that takes too much time. I'm not going to do it on this video. People want to see this working as we speak. So, BJ, maybe I'll send you a couple screenshots or something later. Or maybe I'll just do a video and just kind of go back and let you look at it, and you can pause the video. So, if you, let's say you pass your evaluation in 10 days. And I may be wrong on this date, but I think it's from, you have to tell them you want to withdraw money from the, I think, 20th through the 25th on Apex. If you have your 10 days up, before you can withdraw, you have to trade for 25 calendar days. So let's just say it's on the first of the month that you started, and let's say you got your 10 days up, which is going to take 2 weeks. So it's going to be, say, June 15th would be when you can have your 10 days up, because it's 10 trading days, not calendar days. So it'd be about June 15th. Then you get your live account. They usually have that real fast. It's like, almost same day. So like that. So on the, say you get it on the 16th, now you have to trade 25 more trading days. So 25 trading days is going to be about 5 weeks. So if you're on the 15th of June, that means it's going to be July probably 20th. And these dates may be a little off, but it's going to be roughly the 20th. Once you have traded that and you're on July 20th, and let's say that you made $100,000, you can only take out like a few $1,000s over the next 3 months. So because you landed on the 20th, you would be able to put in a withdrawal because you have till the 25th of the month, so you would be able to take out some money. So at this point, you're July 20th, and you started June 1st. So you're almost 2 months to get it, and then you're going to have to wait until the first of the month to get your money. So you're going to be August 1st before you get the money, and you started June 1st, so there's 60 days before you can even get your first draw. And that's if you timed it on the first of the month. If you didn't hit your 25 days until, say, the 26th of the month, you have to wait another month before you can ask for money. So you're going to be 2 months minimum to get paid, but more than likely it's going to be 3 months before you can get paid. And that's if you do everything on schedule. That's not blowing up your accounts all the time or nothing. So you're looking 3 months before you can get your first draw. Well, 3 months is a long time to be trading every day and not get paid. Then the 4th month, you still have to ask for money between the 20th and 25th. I think it's the numbers. And then once you do that, then you can get paid in another 2 weeks, which would be the first of the month. So you get paid on the 3rd month, the 4th month, and the 5th month. And then the 6th month, you can actually take out whatever you want. So if you made $1 million, you can take out $1 million on the 6th month. That's what I don't like about them. Now, they say they do that to protect the consumer, to make sure that you've got plenty of money in there and da-da-da-da-da. I think it's because most people will blow their accounts before they can pull out the money. And if you blow out your account, guess what you get to do? Reset and start all over again. So that's how they work. But I will say this, you won't find better customer service. They are excellent. Now, Earn to Trade. Earn to Trade is an excellent company. Customer service, just like Apex. They are just awesome. They are all over it. Earn to Trade, they have a better evaluation time, I think. They have 2 different ones. They've got one that's a what's that called? TCP. I can't think of the name of it. Hang on, I'll just pull it up here. And you can, if you use my links on the website, I'd appreciate it because I get paid. It's not much, but I get paid just a little bit. So if you'd use the links on my website, I'd appreciate it. On this one, they have one called the Trader Career Path. And what they do is they start you off at $25,000 and you work yourself up to, say, a $200,000 account. But you only have a $525 drawdown. But using the angular indicator, that's not an issue. You should do fine with it. But you only have to make, I think it's like I think it's $500 and some odd dollars. No, it might be $1,500. I can't remember. But you only have to make a little bit of money, and then what they do is once you pass that, then you can go to the next level, and then you go to a 50,000 account, then you have 75, 100, and it just keeps on going until you get your $200,000 account. Now, in the process of doing that, you get to take out money. So you're taking money the whole time, and the way they do it is you can take out money every week. So you don't have to wait forever. Now, the way their drawdown works is like the UProfits, where you can lose up to $2,200 a day on the gauntlet, but on the TCP you can only lose $525. Looky there, we hit that zone up there. Remember when we was talking about it? We're still going for the balance up there. That's where we're going, and that's another $500 right there. So there's 500 and there's 500. So there's 2 trades right there. You would have made your money. So the way in my opinion, between these 2, I kind of like the gauntlet better because you're going to be using it. You pick the one you want. You trade it for 15 days. After the 15 days, then you get your live account. You trade your live account. You make money. You can pull money out. So if I personally think that the funded accounts are really good to make money, to make your own live account. So if you're short on money, this is a good way to make money and put it in there. So in my opinion, I think the gauntlet is one of the better ones to do. That's my personal opinion, but the gauntlet and the TCP both are very good. And I'm going to do a video on that probably today, if not tomorrow. I need to do one on it. And I'm going to do a video on the trader career path, and I'm going to do one on the gauntlet down here. So that's what I'm going to do. So that way everybody will know how to. Actually, it's the gauntlet mini, not this one, but this one, the gauntlet mini and the trader career path. Either one of these two are very good. Let's see here. Okay, so Brad, also I'm seeing other indicators on your chart, so we can use Angular by itself, but may not as profitable as your results shown. You mentioned you will bundle it. I don't know how I can bundle it because it's a lease. What I'll probably do is bundle the zone and the balance together for get you $100 discount on those. They were going to be purchase only. I'm not going to lease them anymore. And I know I've switched things around, but I got a lot of bad feedback on leasing all of the indicators. People like to buy stuff, and I understand that. But I did the lease. It helped people get into it better and stuff, but it's kind of a hassle to lease them because then I have to keep track of the machine IDs and all that. Whenever you purchase them, it's just over and done with. So what I'm doing is the majority of the indicators are going to be a purchase. The Angular will never be a purchase. It will always be a lease. So as far as on here right now, in my opinion, I think you'd be more profitable. I'm not saying you will, but I think I'm more profitable using the balance and the zones. Me personally, I'm more profitable. So like right here, we are looking to go all the way up to here. You need to know where price is going before it gets there, so you know how to trade it. So right now, I mean, there's $725 from here to here, and it just hit it. So if we open this up to make it bigger so you can see it, from right here to right there, it was $790. I was wrong. I thought it was $725. So there's $790 just here. You got $500 there. If you'd entered here, and you'd still be in this trade, there's $1270. So Angular is the indicator of my choice. I don't even have Mover on there anymore. And Mover's great, but I don't need it. I like Angular. But Angular will always be a lease. But look at that. I mean, tell me that you couldn't make money here. I mean, it'd be hard not to if you got in where you're supposed to. And you took, say, $500 on every one. So that was 11 we had a while ago. Here's 12 and here's 13. So there's 13 $500 trades since 3 this morning. By the way, did the volume help? I don't think I haven't heard anything else, so I don't know if it's even done it since. So there's a lot of money on the chart. It's just a matter of you being able to do it. Okay, good. Good, good, good. I think that's probably where we're going, but remember, like if you're on Apex, you need to take your scalps. Like if you went up and this pulled way back, if you're in too large, this could easily blow your account right here. So you got to make sure that you're not in too many contracts. So if you're trading a $50,000 account, you can't do more than one contract. I mean, one contract's plenty, but honestly, you only need, I think, was it $2,500 for the 50,000 evaluation? Since this, I mean, there's what do we say? 13, I think it was 13 $500 trades. I mean, you're well over your account. This right here will pass your accounts easy. And I really don't think you need the bot. You've got the alerts. You put this on, the settings that I supply on the website for Angular, and it's pretty easy to do. 10 to 10:30, just don't trade. Usually every day during that time, you're going to have chop. Today was from 9:59:06 to 10:10. So there's like 10 minutes of chop during that time. You would have made your $500 here, but you would have lost some money in here. You'd have lost money on this trade. Let me make this bigger. Out in front of my window, my office window in my house in Ohio, I put me a hummingbird feeder right up my window. And I sit here and watch those hummingbirds all day long. I love watching those guys. They'll come in here and they'll fight, run each other off. That's my entertainment all day long. I'm sitting there watching them now. I've got yellow ones, red ones, gray ones, blue one, and they're there all day. I've got a hummingbird feeder there. I've got one off my back patio, and then I've got regular bird feeders for cardinals and things like that. I love cardinals. I got one at my front window, so when I'm sitting in the living room, I just sit there and watch those birds. I even got a camera on them, so when I'm not here, I can pull those things up and just watch those birds while I'm down in South Carolina. So I have someone that comes over and puts bird seed in the feeders once a week just to make sure they're full. Keep those things fed. That's what happens when you get older, guys. Your excitement changes to different things, and I always made fun of people feeding the birds and watching them and this and that. Here I am. See, what was I going to show you? I got sidetracked. We come back. We went right up to the TP2. Pull back. So yes, I do believe. I mean, you can make money with the Angular only, but if you add the levels and the zones, I personally make more money using those with it than without. I use the Angular for the entry, and I use my zones and balance for the exits. But again, I really don't think you need a bot for it. You're not going to be here trading all day. You could use the bot. If I make one, I'm not saying I have one. I'm just saying if I made one, you could use the bot to get the entry and then set it for $500 profit or whatever you want to do, and let it go. This one right here, I mean, the bot would have made money on everything except in the chop. But you can also pause it. So if I were just to follow the signal, I'm guessing I'd go long on the green arrow and sell in the yellow and short on the red arrow and exit on yellow. You can do that, but the problem is like on this one, if you would have exited right there, there's 1375, where the max you could have got was 2,000, so you're giving up $700 here in order to go off the yellow. So, and you can change these exits, like I can change the exit. Like if you watch these right here, this will probably come down on this one here. So I'm just going to change that. So again, just watch this right here. So that one never. And then if I do, actually I went the wrong way, I think. There it is. So you can change whatever angle you want to get out on the exits. And but where the ones I have it picked on, I like the best. That one right there is not really changing much. It only changed one candle. But you can change whatever you want to the exit to be on. The entry as well. Like if you want something maybe a little more risky, you could change the angle of it to where maybe it gets you in down here instead of up there. I've got my settings set on conservative. I want to be more consistent about my entries and exits. So I'm not really looking at the orange for the exit for myself. I'm looking at the exit to be a target goal. Like if I'm looking for $500 a trade per contract, then I'm just going to be looking for that. So I'd set my, I mean, you could do an ATM strategy, set that up to where it's going to be, see, $500 is going to be 20 into that would be what, 2 times 20, would be 25 points. So you'd set it up for 25 points is going to be 100 ticks. So you'd put your ATM strategy at, say, you know, whatever you want for your stop on it, which I go over in the course. And then, yeah, everything's customizable. And then you would have your profit target at whatever you want. If you're wanting $500, it's going to be 100 ticks. As you can see, the majority of the time, you hit your target. Not every time. You ain't going to hit it every time. You did right here. You did there. I mean, what did we count up? 13 times since 3 this morning. We hit $500. But you could have, you know, moved it even. Like if you have the balance in the zones on here, you can see right here is our zone. So if we come off of this zone and we hit here, you know, maybe you go ahead and take this one, but you know that it's going to probably pull back to your balance. And then when it takes off again, you could put your target. Oops. Let's just say you went there and you went to the bottom of that zone. There's 630. So instead of making 500, you make 630. Or you just put it to your balance. Right there, it's 435. You've got targets you can go to. Or if you know how to do the how to trade the two-step, you put it to right there. And there's 785. There's different places to trade. I mean, because I trade it this way don't mean you will. But this is how I trade. I trade to these levels. This morning I showed one on in the lobby. And let me find that picture. This is the trade I did this morning. I only did one contract, but I entered right there manually. You can see I missed it a little bit, but I entered right here. And I was trading to this zone, really, is what I was looking at. When it went down and then it pulled back and then come down, I put my stop right here and then it came right back up and got it. The reason I put it there is because I was in this zone and it could have easily popped right back to the balance. When it comes through, it'll sometimes go right back up to it. So I was protecting myself. Probably the right placement would have been right here, but I took $170 on it. It was a small little scalp. And to let you know where that went is bothersome, but that's okay. Let's see, 12, where was that? It was before. It was on a different chart, but that was, I think it was on this one here, or was it? Might have been here. Actually, I think it was here. and ended up selling off even more. So there's a lot of money I could have had, but I didn't. I think it was right here, actually. I believe it was. It was a different time period, so it's harder for me to see on the chart. I think it was right here. It was before. Matter of fact, I know it was. It was before 8:30. So right here's where I took that trade, and it ended up coming down here. So there was $810 possible profit, and I took $100 and some on it. So sometimes your zones will get in the way of you taking some profit, but that was my first trade this morning. I usually start off with, 1, 2, 3 contracts and kind of fill myself up a little bit and make some money. Just because you're just getting up, you're just looking at the chart. You want to make sure that you're doing the right thing. And so I'll start off kind of small, and then I'll go from there. Y'all got any other questions? I think I've shown you the indicator quite a bit. If you can't make a decision off what you just saw, then it's going to be hard for you to make a decision. I supply all these settings that I'm using in the on the website in the course. Supply it all. As soon as you lease it, you immediately get everything. You get the indicator, everything. You can start trading today. You get all the instructions. If you've watched this, you kind of already know the tutorial in a way, because you know that it's pretty basic. Green is long, red is short, orange you just stay out. Don't trade it. This is chop. If you get an orange and a red, then back to an orange, you probably ought to just go ahead and stay out. You got these color bars that are real close together. When they're real close, that's chop. When they're spread out, that's great. So maybe you missed this one here because you got all this. So you missed the first one, and then you wait for the second entry, and then you took this one. If you get any of these where you got a little bit of chop, once it goes up to here and pushes up, get your stop up there to break even. If it pulls back, you don't lose money. Yes, Angular is more consistent than Momo. Momo is an excellent indicator. It does a great job. Angular is better. Definitely better. You're still going to have a losing trade every now and then, depending on how you play it. You're not going to have a 100% win rate on any indicator you ever use. Angular, I don't know what the percentage would be, but because it depends on the trader, how you would, how your stops are and everything. And a lot of people want to make $2,000 on every trade, and they get greedy, and they'll be up $1,500, and all of a sudden they'll have a losing trade because they held. Take their money. This one right here, I mean, if you just took $500 a trade, many of the people that I train only want to make $500 a day. They said that $500 a day would be life-changing. So, but yet they want to keep trading. Remember what we said about 10 to 10:30? If we took out from 10 to 10:30, and that's approximate times, that's not an exact. But look where all your chop is. Look, when we come out of 10:30, we took off. We had 2 wonderful trades. A third trade here. We get our 500. Yep, we got our 500 on this trade too. Actually, over here. Right there. So on this bar right here, you got your $500 if you entered exactly where you're supposed to. That's going to change a little bit depending on how you do. But if you took out 10 to 10:30, and we could even make this 100% just so you can just like take it completely out. So we just don't even trade there. Okay. So if we just took that completely out and you don't even trade it, then right here you would have, so you're what? Well, actually it's 10:01 there, so this is 10 back over here. Right there's 10. So you would not have taken this one. That is a trade that probably would have made a little or probably broke even. This one you would have got it. This one you made a little bit. You would have got it here. Got almost the full one here. So if you just took this completely out and just didn't even trade it every day, and then when you come over here, you're going to be having a good one, a good one, a good one. 10 to 10:30 is a hard time to trade because that's where indecision is. That's where a lot of the chop is going to happen because they are either selling off, like accumulating for a sell-off or accumulating for a long. In this case, they accumulated for a long. So you've got our 1, 2, then we got our pullback. Then we're going to go here. I probably would not go long here if it does, but you could. I mean, you've made a lot of money if you traded all day. You made a lot of money. You could take it and just look for a break even, worst case scenario. So if you took this and just stayed out right there, that's really the only chop we've had today other than right here, which is a lot of times you'll get chopped before 8:30. A lot of times you will. So right here is 8:30 right there. So there's one trade, two trades. Those are two good trades. Between 8 and 8:30, you will get chopped a lot of times. So from 8 o'clock, let me make it a little bigger. So you can get the times in better. From 8 to 8:30 is right there. So just don't trade that time. 8 to 8:30 is a hard time to trade. So if you don't trade then, you kind of miss the chop, and you don't trade 10 to 10:30. Those are two times you just don't want to trade. And a lot of times, a lot of people say from 9:30 to 9:40, you don't trade. So let's look at today, 9:30 to 9:40. So let's see where we are. So if you didn't trade 9:30 to 9:40, you would miss this trade here. That was a good trade. I was actually in that trade. And this one, you would have made your money. It was kind of choppy up to it, but you would have got your money. This one, you definitely would have. But a lot of times they say 9:30 to 9:40 just don't trade because the market is just unsure of itself sometimes. But you would have missed this trade here. You would have got that one because this is 9:17. So if you look at this chart just based on that, you would have still made a lot of money just staying out during those times. And that time doesn't work for just this one day. That's every day. Usually you'll get volume come in about 8:30 in the morning. And I'm speaking of Eastern time, by the way. So like when BJ, he's on the East Coast, he would be at 5:30. So right now we've got a winner here. We had a loser right here. That would have been a definite loser. So let's just say that you would have lost, 210 roughly. And then right here, see how these are stacking up? You wouldn't get in that trade, right? We're stacking up again. We stacked up right here too. But this one right here, we've got a lot of orange. When you got more orange than anything, it's not good. Orange is chop. Doesn't take very many trades to make money, does it, guys? Would I want to get in the next long or short here? Absolutely not. This is accumulation right here. It's probably going to go long. Probably going to go long to our balance. So let's just say that, let's say it went up and it got in here based on a green bar. There's 21.55. Oops. So that's just a guess of where it might be. I have no reason to think it will be there. It may go ahead and just keep on coming down. But right now, this is accumulation. Accumulation to go short or long. Look at our histogram down here. You don't want to trade that. You want to trade stuff like this. This is what you want to trade. We come back over here and look at this one. So go back into our fixed. Right here is this lot of chop. You can see up there and here. You know, when it's doing this right here and immediately coming back, that's just not good. So right there's our long that we're looking for. So I was wrong on the entry. It's actually right there. In my opinion, that's probably a good entry to 222.75. That's probably going to go up this time. And the reason I say that is we had this leg, we pulled back about halfway, and we've got our next one. So if we do this one to that one, and we pull back to here, look at there. Right there's our balance. That's where we're going. This isn't hard, guys. You just got to do basic charting. Not hard at all. The angler is going to get your entry really good. And that's really where everybody struggles. Where to get in. They know how to take profit. Most people want to take, you know, on NQ, they'll take 5 or 10 points. And that's fine if that's what they want. But you can get 25 points pretty easy on the angler. There's no drawdown on this, by the way. Let's look and see about drawdown. None here. There's what? 775 to... There's 1 point drawdown. That's $20. There is 1325 to... So there's 4.5 points there. That's going to be $90. And this one here got more. There's 84. So there's 10-point drawdown here, which is $200. Very minimal drawdown, guys. 58 to 51.75. So call it 6. That's $120. We agreed not to trade in here. None of this was trade, even though there's really not any hardly even drawdown here. This one here, you had some drawdown. It went from 80 to 89, so that's 9 points. That's still only $180. 80, 50, 77.50, so there's $60 drawdown. The trades, I mean, the trades are good. There's like, what, $40 there. Probably $20 here. So we're going up. We've hit our $500 yet. Oh yeah. So you've already hit your $500. You hit it right here. See that zone just popped up? We got a zone and we got our balance take profit here as well. So you would have already been at your $500 profit. If that's what you were doing, $500 a trade, you've already hit it. You're out. How many $500 do you need? And that's where we're looking to go. That's not to say we won't come up here and then bounce back. It may come back down to here again. Right now, our chop zone would be, let me look at it before I draw that out. Right there's our chop zone. We'll come down on this bottom point up to this one. We come down. Once we broke out, a lot of times the smart thing to do is wait for it to go up, come back and retest, and then get on this second entry. That's not to say that it will do that. But if we're down here and we're in this chop zone, worst case scenario, the max you could have made would be 220. I'm willing to risk that. Go ahead and get in here. It goes up, and then when this pushes up, put my stop right there. So if I get in there and I put my stop there, I'm $185 a contract. That's nothing to sneeze at, guys. And then if it keeps on, just keep your stop there. And this one right here would not have got it. So you'd still be in this trade right now, hit your $500, and you're already out. Or if you see that, we have our TP up there, you come down just a little bit below it, which we haven't hit yet, that's 715. As soon as this pushes up, and it will go up and hit that, I'm sure. But you've got your zone right here. When it popped up, maybe you just put it at the bottom and you take your 575. So you don't have to go for 500 every time, or 200 or 300, whatever you want. Trade it according to what your chart shows. Use the angular for your entry, and then look at your zones and your balance for your exit. So now we're pushing on through. We're getting ready to go up there and hit the TP. So let me get that a little closer so you can watch it. That balance is an excellent indicator. It shows you really good levels. It won't always hit it, but most generally it will. High percentage time, 97% of the time, it will hit it. But I'd take profit right here any day and not hit that one any day. That's 575 to right here. And if we had taken, it went up to 705 so far. But you know, once it goes up and pushes up, you put your stop right there, and you let it go. And if it keeps on going, starts hesitating, just bring your stop up to the bottom of this one or the top of this one. Do that as well. Once you start getting close, tighten up those stops. You'll have a lot of selling when it gets real close to it. You'll have a lot of people selling off. And then all of a sudden, the institutions will come back in and start buying it up, and then they'll run it through. See how we have divergence here? Sign of reversal. Someone leased the indicator on Friday. And they wanted to try it out before they used live money. They did it on Sim. He uses his own settings, and he made on Sim. This is Sim, not a live count, but he made $1,730 using 2 contracts. He took his first target of 15 points and then a runner. That's what he did. He just posted that in Discord, in the Angular chat, the private chat for Angular members only. So see how we got up there real close? That's why I never put my profit target on it. I always put it before, because you sometimes don't hit it. But on this one, maybe I have my profit target way up there, and when this pushes up, I bring my stop up. A lot of times I just use my stop for my profit target. I'll throw a profit target way up, say I think it's going to go to the balance. So I'll go ahead and put it up here on the balance. Because usually when you hit that balance, getting loud, isn't it? When you hit that balance, it will sometimes hit it and immediately pull way back. So I won't put my profit target above it. I put it usually just like a tick or two below it. Was that alert too loud? Well, my end's loud, but I can't hear like you all. You may give me some feedback on that. I was going to take off and go ride my e-bike. I ended up staying here talking to you guys. It's starting to get hot out there now. So we went right up into the TP2 and that zone. We popped right back down. They're just controlling this. This will pull down. Remember a while ago I told you that when it pulls back into it, and then when it comes back up, I'll take that long. So this one possibly might have missed because of this range. But now that we come out, we come back in and retest it. This will end up going long. And when it takes off, it's probably going to go, it'll go to at least right here, if not there. And if you look at this one, just on a basic, that would put us up to here. That's if it stops there. It may come on down here. That's going to keep on coming. Let me change something on this so that it doesn't make all the noises like that. I changed it to on bar close, so the bar has to close before it will make that noise. I will sometimes trade it, or not trade, but I will watch it on each tick because I get a signal of what's happening, but I won't enter until that bar is closed. So right now, we're only going to get the signals for the bar closed. I changed it. You can do that in the settings. I just got an update on balance indicator. I'm making it so that when it switches from London to US, it'll automatically turn off the, I don't know why I did that. I installed something and it changed it. Let's see. So this right here is where I would have wanted to enter, because we come out of the zone, come back into zone, and right there's my entry. That's where I would want to go in. And I would be looking to go right there. That's where I would be wanting to take it. Take it to the house, they say. It may come back again, but more than likely that will probably go right on through TP2. We are, what, 11:45, so may get one last little run before the noon bell. I'd have my stop in at the top of that previous bar. So we hit our TP2. Push through it. Stop at the top of the previous bar. I'm in a live trade right now. I went ahead and took it. And I'll tell you what I'll do is I will show it even. Just one contract. When that pushes on through, there we go. So what I did was I had it real tight because we were on this, and I got in late. I was doing something else. So I didn't get in till later on this. That is a live account. You can see right there. It's only one contract. I usually don't trade this time of day, and I thought, you know what? I'll just go one contract and see if it would take off. And it kind of did what I thought, but I was keeping my stops tight. And the reason I was keeping it tight is because I still think we're in chop or around noon. So there you saw a live trade. Yes, I use Angular. And actually, let me show you this here. This is the chart that I use to trade on. It's the same chart that I'm using here. Same exact chart. So I trade how I show you. I don't like to trade live in YouTube or whatever. I just don't like to live trade with people. I might get in a trade and someone follow me, and if I lose money, they lose money, and I just don't like doing it. But see how this is pulling back now? So we went right up into the TP2 and pulled right back. Maybe one day I'll live trade it. I don't know. I don't like to live trade. People, if I lose money and someone loses money, I don't like it. So we're back to chop. You got all that orange in there. You don't want to trade. So right here, I would not be taking a short, mainly because we have all this chopping here. If I did take a short, I would have not a stop up there. It would be a lot lower. But again, I just wouldn't take a short here. That's just me though. I'm gonna step away a few minutes. So I marked this all the way through because if you entered there, your stop would be up here. You would not have gotten stopped out, so you wouldn't have had back and forth in here. You would just been in that. For some reason, you would have taken profit down in here. Yeah, maybe you took it, went down, it came down again. Maybe you put your stop there. You're still going to be, I call it a break-even trade. It's not much money, but I call it a break-even. So it depends on how you would have done it. Me personally, I probably would have waded through this. Of course, I already told you I would not have taken a short here. So when this went down, this come down again, I probably would have got in one of these two right here because we're making lower highs. So one of these two, I probably would have got in. I don't know. That being a hammer right there, well, that's really a hanging man. Well, I don't know if it is or not. It depends on if it's closed green or red. With this one being there, I probably would have been looking for longs to go in here, so I probably would not have taken this short. But this one I probably would have. So you would have gotten your $500, probably a little less than that. So if you're looking to get your $500, you would have got it right there on this bar here. If not this one, that one. One of the two, you would have got that $500. So if you're looking to get, like I said, $500 on this particular time frame, pretty consistent, about $500 a trade. What would I be doing now? Would I be looking to take that long? Possibly. Look where we are, bottom of the chop zone. So would I take a long here? I don't know. For one thing, I wouldn't be trading right now because I already told you my trades are done back over in here. I don't need to trade all this. Look at this right here. Let me pull up that MNQ chart again. Let's see here. There it is. Here's our MNQ chart. This so we don't have to look at all that mess on there. If we look at a the same time frame, so you see big runs here, right? And then all of a sudden you start getting into chop. Get a run, you got chop. You get a run, now you got chop again. You don't see all of that over in here. And that's why I trade in the mornings. Now this is at night. So from where I trade is 6 to 9 typically. Not exactly, but usually from 6 in the morning till about 9. So about right here till about right here. This is the area that I like to trade. And I had plenty of trades right here to make my goal and not even have to pull this. Now I did take this trade here. I don't remember if I went long here or not, but I know I went short. I think I went short here, and I don't know if I played this long or not. I did take that short there though. So, and I didn't take it all the way. I hit my goal and quit. But look right here what's going on. We drew this line from earlier, right? And look what happened. It went up and hit it again. This one right here may come right on down to here. Right, there's another one. We got this one, all this through here. We come down right here. We almost hit it here. Actually, I tell you what, this could actually be raised up to right there. But it's more along those bodies. And these bodies, that one almost hit. I don't know, I kind of like it down here better. So we're probably going to come down to this one at least. And at this point, we may drop one down to this one. It may reverse right back to here. So it doesn't matter if you're on MNQ or NQ. You're going to be the same chart. The only time it's going to be different is on your tick chart. A tick chart, you'll have more trades on NQ than you will MNQ or vice versa. So a tick chart will change. But range and time frames will not. So we'll come right down into it. So if you just do some basic charting like this right here, I mean, this is all free. Just a matter of doing it. And it's real easy. All you have to do is just look for your highs and lows where they mutually connect. That's all we're looking for. You can draw these out on your chart and leave them in whatever color of choice you want. I use a yellow and a dotted because nothing else uses that. All right, so we're down into it. So now what are we going to do? We're going to bounce, or is it going to keep on going? So when we were up here and it started coming down, that would have been a good time to have gotten short. So which would have been right in here. So there was a lot of accumulation through here, but it come down right to it. So if we look on this one, right there is the line that we had on MNQ, same one. So we got our top here, in here, or right there, and right there, same one. Let's see how we bounced off of that. Do we go long here? No. Don't have a signal. No signal, guys. So I'm probably going to end this stream now. And there's not very many people in here right now. There was a bunch. And I'm probably going to go ahead and end this. Is anybody using it right now? Are you learning anything from it? You got any questions? Hit me up in the chat and let me know. So that one right there, let's see, if we go into this one, what do we hit our target? Almost. Still a good target. This is chop, guys. You got to understand, this is at noon. This is when no one makes money. And this thing is still making money. So I'm going to go ahead and shut this stream down. If you have any questions on this, I'm going to show you where you go for the questions. Go right here to contact. When you go to contact, you fill out this form right here. Put the question that you have. I'm the one that answers these, no one else. It's just me. And if you go down to NinjaTrader 8 products, I'm going to put this on the home page, but right now you go there and you go right here. You click on that and then you can do it. It is at the time of this video, it's $800 a month. It's lease only. You cannot buy this indicator. As you can see, there is a lot of potential profits that you could make on it. I mean, just look here. I'm only charging $800 for the indicator, and look at these right here. So it's pretty self-explanatory why everybody needs this one. It works real well. I supply all the settings and such in the course of the indicator. They're already there. As soon as you lease this, you'll get the information immediately. When you do that, you'll have to send me your Discord screen name so that I can add you into the Angular chat. It's not real active yet because I just started it Friday, I think it was. So we're going to get more people in there. The majority of the people, my customers, aren't even in my Discord. So it's going to be a few people in there. A lot of people don't like to have Discord, so that's fine. If you want the SpyBot lease, you go up here to SpyBot. And when you come down, this will show you everything that you need to know. Talks about it, different steps that we have, a lot of different videos that I have showcasing it. It does work on your Apex and your earn to trade. There's two different lease options. You got $900 a month. You get no courses or training. With this one, you get all the courses and live training. Now you get the training for the bots, but you don't get the live training for the manual. So there is training courses. Occasionally, I will put them on here and lease or sell those out. Actually, this should not be here. This is a new website, and there's some things that are showing up in different places that shouldn't. But the your funded accounts, I've got to change this. This one, do not use. Do not use UProfit. You don't want it. The customer service is just ridiculous. They won't respond. Then this one is probably, if you're wanting to make money to do your own account, this is the one you need to do. If you're wanting a funded account for long term, this is the one you want to do. They're both great companies, both excellent service. The earn to trade costs a little more up front, but once you get your live account, you only pay for data fee, which is $105 a month, and that's all. That's the only fee that you will pay. You do get free NinjaTrader with any of these. So if you don't have the NinjaTrader, you'll get a free license with them. And here's a coupon for Apex. Earn to Trade does not have a coupon, but it does work with it. I got to change this on here, and I've got a lot of things that are coming up. We do have the YouTube links, Instagram. I never use Instagram, to be honest. Twitter, hardly ever. Facebook, hardly ever. YouTube's really the main one I use. And so, but you can click on these links up here, and it'll take you to it. New website. I got some growing pains with it, but it's working out. But the contact is how you find me. There are no refunds with anything. Once you buy it, it's yours. Or once you lease it, it's yours for 30 days. No refunds on any of it. Where would we be right now? We heard that down signal, right? I'm actually shocked. I almost got the 500. Where do we need to be? 500. Right there. Right below. Right there's where we got to be to hit our 500 mark. How many times do you need to trade to make your goal? I thought this would bounce and go right on up, but it didn't. But the angler knew where to go, knew where to get in, and the X's depend on you. This will probably come right down to here, and if it does, you're looking at $1,065. That pays for 1 month lease. Now right there is our $500. It's already hit the 500, so you have already taken profit. But it's probably coming right down to here. Now let's look back and see where we are. The low of day is right here. So we're going to go down and retest it or keep on driving through. If we go through, I think to at least right here. But if you are trading it, you already hit your $500 mark. So you're already there. Right there. Push right on through it. So if you got in, there was $500. 10 contracts, $5,000. 20 contracts, $10,000. If you're doing an Apex or an Earn to Trade account, you could easily pass your evaluation on any account in 1 day. Easily. So what are we up to today on the 500s? We hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to call that a 9. And then we got the 10, 11, 12, 13. I'll call that one 14, 15, almost 16. 16 $500 trades since 3 a.m. And we had several that were, a few $100s. So what do we say, 16? Is that right? So if you did 16, where'd my calculator go? So if we did the 16 times the 500 is $8,000 a contract. Only traded $1,000. So you don't have to have, $10,000 in your account or 20 or 100 or whatever. If you'd have had, I always recommend 4 times your trade. That allows your drawdown and such. But on this particular day, if you'd had $2,000, you would have been fine. So getting ready to probably drop right on down to here. That's what it looks like to me. It's what she looks like to me, guys. Probably going to go down to, there's a 5-minute zone down there at 12:032. That's the zone for it. I have to look and find out why my zones aren't popped up on there. I might have disabled them showing you something. Looks like it's going to push down, but you never know. That may be a bear trap right there. It's coming up and retesting that support level there, which is now a resistance. I'd say it's going to push right on down to the 2650. That's our next balance level. Sellers are really pushing that thing down. Got a little bit of accumulation right there. So you got this accumulation right here. They pushed it down. Accumulation right here. I'd say they're going to push it to right there. A lot of chop right there. A lot of accumulation going on. Let's just hope they just go ahead and sell it off all the way down to that next balance there. There we go. Push on down. Those bulls are really in there. Look at that thing. Pushing it right back up to that level. They may push it right back up to that TP4, and then once they do, could pull it right back. I traded this morning, BJ. I did trade a couple times with you guys. One time I showed you the trade, and one time I never. But I usually just don't trade this time of day. It's usually just, it takes too long to trade. I still think we're probably going to go to the balance here in the end. I'll have to put it on the website. I don't think I have. Matter of fact, I know I don't because I don't have the zones on there yet. I don't even have the zones indicator on the website. I was going to do it yesterday and just got busy. I'll work on getting that here in just a little bit. I need to take off and run some errands, and whenever I do, then I'll try to get it on there beforehand. Try to, no promises. Big fight for the position right now. Bears and Bulls are into it. I think we're probably going to test that low again. So there we treated the exit. So now we've hit our TP4. We will probably see a pullback down into here. Maybe not. It may go right on up and then come down. It may go up to this one here. I tell you what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and go on my website and I will create the I'm going to go ahead and create the zone indicator on the website. Right here, I would not be taking a short. As far as this right here, there's no signal for it. The balance is $4.99 and the zones is going to be $4.99. Together it's going to be $8.98. I always knock $100 off when you bundle. I am putting it up right now. I'm creating the course for the zones. You'll just be able to buy it. I won't have the video for it yet. I'll have to do the video here this evening or tomorrow. It's pretty easy though. Once you look into it, it's really not hard. As you can see, you would have got your 500 here. As soon as we get a new signal, you'll be looking to go 500 again. No guarantee you're going to get it. Never know for sure what the market makers are going to do. They know what they're going to do. They know to the penny where they're going. So right there, we had a stop out. It's coming down to retest. It's either going to pull back and then take off, or we're going to see a sell-off down to here. I still think that we're going to come down and retest it. So if I go back into here, and let me look at my zone and see why it's not showing that. Oh, I know why it's not. We don't have our days. Where I change that around, see, might have to go back 30 days. There we go. We didn't have enough days on the chart to show the zones. So right there will be the signal to go long again. More than likely, that is probably a good signal to go long. Probably looking to go to TP2. That would be my guess. The reason I say 2 is because we have our resistance up here. If you got your resistance up here, then that's probably a good indication it's probably going to go to there. May not. It still may drop. I'm still inclined to see it come down to here. This is our support for the whole day. Usually it'll hit at least once, sometimes twice, but it'll hit at least once. The second time will sometimes come close, and then they'll take it because they know that all these buy orders are here. We're coming up to the bottom of that chop zone too, remember? Got that chop zone there. It went right up to the bottom of that chop zone, then pulled back. That chop zone, there's a lot of resistance right there at the bottom. A lot of sellers pushing right there. There we go. Now we're pushed up in it. This may be the long for the SPY money balance. If it is, that is going to be a $2,800 profit. If that's the case, because we got entry here to there. Be, well, $2,900 profit. If I hit that right. Yeah, so 20, oops, I moved that. Didn't want to move that. Right there. No, it was on that. Where did we draw that chop zone? What was we in? Right there. Yeah, right there was the chop zone. BG, I just saw your message. Yeah, I saw your questions. I hope I answered them all. The bulls are hard pushing. I don't feel comfortable that it's going to go very much further. So I would get my stop up here at the bottom of this chop zone. If you're in that trade, I'd have my stop right there. Because this could easily just come slamming down to right here. If the bulls were really in charge, it would have been pushing harder. And right now, it's not. There's really not much there. There's very few contracts being traded there. Very weak. Very weak. When you have weak trading, it's not the best. Got all this right in here, right here, right there, right there. That's what this is all fighting. The bulls are having to pay all the sellers right here. There's a lot of activity there. See how that pulled back? And so if you moved your stop up there, you're already out and you protected yourself. That may go on up, but it's just really weak. You gotta watch yourself. I'm getting hungry, guys. I didn't even eat breakfast. Okay, BJ, I've got the indicator loaded. I got to make a product for it, and then I'll make a package for you. All right, so that's that. So go to settings. Just make sure that's right. Freeform. By far the best indicator I've ever built. It's very simple to follow too. Very simple. So we pulled back into it, and then it took right on off. So if you stayed in, you're still good. This may run on up to the balance eventually. I don't think it'll do it on this one trade, but it looks like it's probably going to run on up. It's back in that chop zone. It's not a place you really want to be trading. If you're in the trade, you're fine, but you gotta make sure your stop is above break even. So it looks like we're probably going to come right down to here. That's my best guess, because that is where all of our support for the whole day is. Right here. That would be where I would think it's going. There we go. So now we're going on down. Went into TP4. There's going to be a lot of action going on there. It may range a little bit right there and then drop down to our next yellow line and then down into the green zone. I think the green zone is where we're going. The 26.50 is the next balance. Give you a better outlook of that. Pull it up here. So right in here is where I think we're going to end up going. We'll probably hit that yellow line and possibly bounce up a little bit from there. And then I think it'll slam down to the 26.50. So it would bounce right off from it, just like I said. It's not hard, guys. So if you were trading right there, you could have put your stop. As soon as that pushed down, put your stop right there. When it pulled back, boom, you're out. So from right there, if you would have got in from right there to the bottom of that one is 230. And if you would have done what I've just mentioned, that's $190. So roughly $200 on a trade. It's still good money. If you come on down to look for a 500 mark, right here's our 500 mark. That's where we're looking. Will we get there? Yeah, I'm sure we will. I think we're going to come right on down to TP5. But like I said, it hit this, and I told you it's going to range a little bit. And then once it buys up all the stuff here, then we'll see the next one. No doubt in my mind that we will be down here again. But no guarantee. No guarantee. Look at that thing push up. Come right down to this level. Boom. All chopped, but you could have made money off of Angler pretty much all day. This one right here, you would have made money, but it would not have been great money. Worst case scenario, you'd broke even. This one, you would have lost money unless you held in with that, which probably would have lost money there. But right here, now we're going back up. Would I take that trade? Nah, not really. It's that time of day. I don't trade this time of day. So there it pulled back. Okay, Big J, I posted the link in the chat. That is the zones and balance indicators. You can purchase it. It's $8.98. I don't have pretty pictures yet, but it's up. This is the angular lease that I just posted. If you're interested in that, it's also in the description. So I think what I will do is I will put this in the description too. Let's see here. This is balance and zones bundle. So it's in the description as well. As you can see, you ought to be done trading by this time of day. Usually just goes down to nothing. It's just not worth the time and effort most of the time. Let's see here, Ranger. As we're talking on here, I am helping other people through Discord, emails. I'm a multitasker. BJ just had another person from the East Coast over there, and they're starting to rearrange their schedule like I was asking you to do to trade London. See all this chop in here? And what we've done is we had the chop. I don't know where we were with that chop. I think I drew that in the wrong place. The chop was right in here, I believe. Let me just take that one out, because we're in a different area now. And right there, right here. Right there's the chop, and then we got it again here, and we're getting it again there. I'll bring it to the bottom of that one. Right there. There's our chop zone, and it's actually playing out. So I had the chop where I moved it a while ago. I put it in the wrong place. So here's our chop zone. So you guys and gals have got to watch live. You've heard some commentary through it, talking about how we do things, what we're looking for. There's our new signal. Well, here's a good one for you guys. If you're wanting to do a prop firm earns you trade, just sent me an email. Instead of starting off with 25,000, you start with 50,000 through the month of June. Very good. Very good company, by the way. So you skip a step. You go straight to 50. It's a very good deal. Very good deal. So here we are coming back down. This one right here would have been a break-even trade. So both of these have been break-even if you had moved your stop accordingly. When we're going sideways, you want to move your stop. Right here, I don't know if I would have entered a short. But if you did, your stop ought to be break-even right now. I still think it's coming down to here. Actually, it's lower than that, down to here. I still think this is where we're going. When we get down to here, I think it will bounce and it will go strong. I think it'll be long the rest of the day, is my opinion. Strictly my opinion. So there we would have our break even. This come down. If this pushes down, I would have my stop right there. That's where I'd be. So right now, our entry would have been here. When this went down, closed there, I would have my stop wrong, probably just above the TP4. I might have already been stopped out. If anything, I would be at my break even, and this come on down. Alright, so now we're coming down into it closer. Right here is where we're going. That's why it's important to have your levels. When you have your levels, you can guesstimate where it's going to go. It don't always go there, but for the most part, it'll go there. So we hit this zone. So if you'd have got in and stayed in, you definitely would hit your $500. I'm sure we'll probably come down to that TP5, but we actually hit the zone that we were in. The lowest is right here, but I'd say we'll probably come down to this spot right here and then bounce out. But I would have had my stop ready to go. When this come down and push through, I'd have my stop there because that could easily have just shot up. It's like a slinky, big old spring. Ever see those gymnasts jump on those springboards and how they bounce? And that's the way it happens here. So you would have got your $500 in here, and we're waiting on the next signal. So to let you see this on a different outlook, just the zones only, this is what you would look like with the zones. Now this is on MNQ, so it doesn't show all the other stuff. If I put this on NQ, then it brings in all that. So I'm just showing you on MNQ so it doesn't distract you. This is what the zones indicator would look like. It's on the website now. There's a link in the chat, and there's also a link in the description of this video. But this would just show you how that it's working. And what's doing is looking for the past areas of support and resistance. And if you look back, you'll see that it's actually picking those up. Once it breaks through, those disappear, no longer show there, but you can look back and see where they are. And as it comes up, as you can see this one right here, it actually revisited. So if you look at the green to green, you can see that it come right back up into those areas. So it does revisit. What we had talked about earlier is we come down, we hit this one, we retested, didn't make it, then we actually come down and got in it. Will this sell off today? We don't know. It may bounce right here and just really take off. We are, what is it, around 2 o'clock or so, I think. Yeah, 2 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern time. So 1400 Eastern time. And usually between 2 and 3, you will have some movement come through. So in my opinion, this will probably go up. We never once hit the balance. Okay, so I'm going to take this one down. And then we're going to look at the balance. The balance is right up here. Right there. And we never one time hit it after open. Usually it will hit it. Not every time, but usually will. So in my opinion, that's probably where we'll go. I'm going to put this on quiet, mute, and I'm going to grab me some lunch and stuff. I haven't eaten all day. I'm going to go ahead and mute it for now. I'll let it run. So we should be looking to go back to the SPY money balance. That's what we're looking for. That's what I'm looking for on this. So I think we will probably end up the day right here at 12,222.75 in that area. I think we'll hit that before the end of the day. Probably bounce right here off the TP4. That's what I'm hoping for. I'd like to see it run all the way to the 222. I lost count, but we were about, I think, 15 trades that were 500 or more. We're making higher highs. BJ, that's manual. We went back and looked for support and resistance, and we drew those this morning, a long time ago. We drew those back along through here, which was about around 10 o'clock this morning. Back over in here. I say we'll get another green signal roll through here and to go up. That's what I would think. On the close of this bar, we'll have a green signal if it stays up. If it closes up here and opens, we're going to have another long here. I'd like to see the volume come in and just go ahead and run it to the 222. It's hard to get over that zone. Yes, this is live. There's about a 30-second delay, so it's as live as YouTube will allow it. I wouldn't trade off of what you see on the chart though, because there is a delay. 30 seconds is a lot. A lot of accumulation right now. I think it's accumulation for long, but we'll see. Okay, if this bar here closes green, then we are looking for a long. So we need 10 points over that. So if we close at 61.25, so we'd need 71.50 for that one to close and open a new one, and that will be a long. We're 12 minutes before 3, so usually in this time, we usually get some direction to go. So all day they have been accumulating all through here, all day. Every bit of this is all accumulation. But is it accumulation to go long or to go short? I think probably long today. That would be my guess. I think we're going to go to 222 today. More would be better, but I'd take 222. Alright, so we got our entry there. We got right on up to the yellow line. That is our major resistance level that we're in, or that we've had in the past. We've also got this zone that I drew in, the chop zone, and then we've got our resistance up here. So more than likely this will probably go right up into here, at least as far as up in here. We have our yellow line. This is our chop zone, and this up here is our resistance for the resistance zone, which we picked up right here. Just can't get up out of that chop zone. We're just going between this yellow and that yellow. That's where we're going right now. Who's going to win, Bears or Bulls? Anybody? Where do you all think it's going today? Or do you think we're going to sell off, or we're going to go long? What's your all's opinion? And if we do, where's it going? Give me a number. Let's see who gets it. You think it's going to consolidate the rest of the day? I don't know about that. I think we're going to go long to 222. All this consolidation we've had is for a big move. Is it a big move up or a big move down? 3902. You talking about ES? We're on NQ. I haven't even looked at ES. I don't even know where it is. You know, they burn them all day, all the option premiums. It may go down here and test this bottom again before it does anything. Well, we've been testing it all day. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times it's tested it. We're kind of coming down. We made a lower high from that last time, but we're making higher highs here. This one double topped, which is a sign of weakness. I still think we'll go up to here. Even if we sell off, I think we'll still come up to here. Yeah, no volume at all. So we got 035 and 095. I can go along with 095. I don't see the. I don't know. I don't think we'll close down here. I think we'll close on that. I'd like to see a positive day. We got to think this thing could just keep right on going on down. Our 10 right here is 830. I don't see us going down that far. not 200 points. But look at that line going all the way across. That's just straight across. Like you said, the burning premiums. We keep staying below that chop zone, which kind of makes me think that it's going to go, it's going to sell off, but we'll see. This right in here shows weakness to that. We pushed up and they pushed it right down, and they will not let it go up. So there's a chance we're going to sell off even harder. This bar here, if it closes down, then it's going to be a short. If we close up, it'll take one more bar to go long. Staying right in this battle zone, as I call it, between this teal and blue line. That's our battle zone. We need to get above it if we're going to go long. We need to get above this right here in order to make any significant long. Right now, it's just all accumulation. Every bit of it. If we close high on this bar, then it's going to be a long. Volume's coming in. We've got more buy volume than we've got sell volume. And since about 2 o'clock, we've had more buy volume. Don't mean it's going to go up, but that's what we've had. This bar closes down, we're going short. It just cannot make up its mind. I think it may sell off. Who knows? Now the yellow lines don't really mean anything to do with the angular indicator. That is something I drew manually just to kind of watch. So the only thing on here that is mine that's in indicators is we have the balance, which is these red lines. That's our support and resistance levels. And then we also have the zone. There we go, we dropped. We have these zones that are looking at the past candles, and they're based on a different time frame. And then the angulars, what is the colored bars, and also this histogram and these vertical lines. That's the angular. So if you watch the from the beginning, once this live is over, if you watch from the beginning, then there'll be a good detailed instruction on everything. Now we're looking at NASDAQ. See the numbers over here, the 12,040. That's how you know it's a NASDAQ. Also down here at the bottom, you have the NASDAQ there. But earlier I mentioned this was showing weak because we didn't go up there. The sellers pushed it down. So the good indication that we're probably going to come down. I think there's a chance we may hit this right here and bounce hard. Gotcha. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see the chart. I try to show the whole chart so you can see it better, but I know this right here is easier, but then you can't see where we come from. So I try to keep it so that you can see more. So right there, I think we probably would have got our $500 in, if not real close. So let's see where we would have been. Definitely would have got it there. Yeah. So we would have got our $500 trade in there as well. So I think I lost count, but I think we're what 15, 16 $500 trades. And it made a lot more on all of those. But if we just went from $500 on every trade, roughly 16, 17, something like that. There's several break evens in there. There's a couple of losses, and then there's some that you would have made, maybe a few $100 on. But if you just take, just say the one's a few hundred, and then you have some losses. Let's just say those all broke even. And if you had, I think it's 17 of these, that would be 17 would be what, $8,500 in profit if you'd just taken the $500 a trade. That's only if you did that. So where we are right now is probably we're going to either sell off here or we're going to go rage hard, one of the two. I don't know which way, but part of me thinks it's going to go up. But I don't know that. We may come down to the 987.25. I don't know. I'm not sure about this one. From 2 o'clock on, we had a lot of buying volume. So I don't know. My gut says to go long here, but I ain't touching it. We did drop down below where we had been. We have a new low of day now. But that could be just grabbing all the stops that everybody's got, because you know that everybody's got their stops down right in here, and right here is where they're taking all those stops. So all the people that's been playing in this has probably got in. Every time it come down, they got in long, and they have their stop down below that. Yeah, my gut says that we're probably going to get a big old range of long here. We're 3 o'clock, after 3 o'clock now. They come down, they made a new low of day, took out a bunch of stops. And I'd say they're probably taking them out right now. They just keep on buying more longs. Volume has not come in right here. So now the volume's coming in. So they went down, made that new low of day, catching all those stops. Right now, all the shorts are coming in and covering their position. Now that they're starting to cover, you're going to start seeing more volume going up. There comes the shorts covering. If this bar closes up, then we're probably going to have a long entry. There we go. We have a long entry. In my opinion, that is probably a good long because we made the new low of day and the shorts are starting to cover is what it looks like. That would be one incredible rally if we hit that 222. Could easily do it. NQ can move 200 points in just a blink of an eye. 1 minute, it can move 200-300 points. Come right back up that yellow line again. That's a tough one to crack. Here we go. Push on through. A lot of accumulation right there. It could go either way right here. Okay, BJ, I just got your message. Pramod is one you invited. Share the past entry and exits and summarize it and what this indicator is capable of whenever you get a chance. Well, there's a lot of entries and everything. Pretty much when the green closes here, this bar closes, your entry would be right here. And what we've been looking for today is $500 trades per contract. So if you're trading one contract, we're going for $500. And there's been, I think, around 17 or so of those today. So roughly $8,500 is how much you would have made if you had traded from the 300 Eastern time, which is the opening of the London session. And the shorts would be as soon as this bar closes and ends red, you would enter a short here and go for your 500. You can go for more or less, but today we just looked at 500. And the orange bars are when you want to get out. If you haven't already gotten out, you want to get out. Because when you have an orange bar, you're looking at a reversal. The way this works is it works on a moving average, the one you pick. So if you like EMA or SMA or WMA or whatever you like, you can do that. And when you pick that, then you choose the angle that you want. So the angle of the moving average on the entry and the exit is all based on what you choose. When you lease the angular, I give you settings that I'm using right now. Matter of fact, they're on the website right now. And you can choose to use them, or you can find your own settings, or whatever you want to do. It's all user changeable. I mean, you can change it to whatever you want. You can use it on any time frame you want, any instrument you want, but you've got to find the settings that'll work good for you. I like NQ the best. You can see down here I have ES, RTYYM. I do like NQ the best. For me, it seems to be, it's got good movement, and you can pick up your money real quick. A lot of times it will move quicker than like the S&P 500 or whichever. S&P 500, you'd be looking for $250 per contract. So, or actually be about $175, $200 a contract. But pretty much the angular indicator is only the vertical bars and the color bars and the histogram. The horizontal bars is a different indicator we're using, and the balance is a different indicator we're using. And with those, it'll help you with the levels. If you use your angular for your entry, and then use the exits on the balance and the zones, you'll be a better, you should be a better trader that way. So in a nutshell, that's how it works. So we're still fighting this line. They're just grinding away. 3:25. So we got 35 minutes left in the day. If this bar closes down, it's going to turn orange. That never, it's going up. They're pushing it. Looks like they're going to make a run for it, probably about right here. I don't like that big wicket come down right there. No, I don't like that at all. It's probably coming back. The sellers are really pushing that thing down. Looks like there's more sellers than buyers here. That lower high right there is not good. That's showing weak. This bar closes down, it's going to be a short. So here we got the orange, and we're going to be looking to go short here pretty soon, probably. So if you're in the long at that point, you definitely want to be. Of course, you would have already had your break even up there and been out. But if it had been higher and up in your candles have been higher in your price and stuff, then you would have wanted to be out right there. Orange means to get out for sure. That's not to say it won't reverse and go green again. So probably go down to 987.25. If it breaks the 026, we're probably going to 987.25. That's probably where we're going. I'm still not convinced this isn't going to go long. If this bar closes down, then we are going to be short. This bar would have to close down. A lot of accumulation for something. So we closed up, so no red short. Probably take two more bar. No, this one here. If it closes down, then it's short. There it is. There's a short. Still nervous about being short here, but the signal says it. We've got 30 minutes to the bell. I'd be scared to be short or long here. The last 30 minutes of the day is not always the easiest to trade. It's kind of like, well, actually, at 3:51 Eastern time, you'll see volume come in. So at 3:51, you have everybody closing out positions and stuff. 3:51 is major volume comes in. By looking at this, just the regular trading, you've got this leg here, and if that leg holds, you're probably looking coincidentally our zone that we've got drawn out and the TP6. So probably going to go down there. It'd be nice to see it go down there and then reverse and get a good range at the end of the day. That would be real nice. Talking about making money. All that accumulation today, and it was accumulating the short. That's the problem. You don't know if it's going to go short or long. Only thing you do know is it's going to do something. So that would put us at about 341, and then that would give us some room for it to go long. So it looks like Harlem is closest to what we were thinking. We were all thinking it was going to go long on us. But it looks like Harlem is closer. I think you said like around 30 or so. Yeah, 35. And 35 is not far away. Right there's 35. Let's draw 35 in there for you. Actually, let's just use that yellow line. That'd be easier. Right there's 35. Just remember, that don't mean anything. That's just Harlem's trade right there. So now we got more zones popping up there. Been a pretty good day. Is your Angler indicator good for choppy market or trending market? Well, was today choppy or trend? You tell me. Today was choppy, wasn't it? And there was very few bad trades in there. Very few. I'm talking like hardly any. Hardly any. So like on this one, we had the max you could have got was 360. So you would have made some money. To get down to here is 400. We're looking for 500 is what we're looking for. So 500 is right there. So let's see if we get down there to it. So yes, it does work pretty good in chop market. Depends on what time frame you use. The time frame I use, it does pretty good. So we are almost to the 500 mark. And honestly, my stop would be right here if I was looking for 500. My stop would be there. If I don't get the 500, I'll take, roughly, was that 19 and 5? I'll take 400. I'll take 400 over nothing any day. There's 500. We just hit it. So another 500 trade. So right here, if I was trading, and I've been trading all day, I think this would be my last one there. So let's go back and look again, because I lost count of how many 500s there were. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna count that as 8, 9. What was this one here? Can't see that one. No, that was not. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11, 12, no, those shouldn't be in there. Let's start this all over. That one's there. This one's not. That's not. We're still going down, by the way. We're going down to right here. That's where we're going. So let me go back. I messed up on that. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. We got 23 $500 trades. And then we had several that were like $300-400 that you would have picked up, you know, $200, $300, $400 on. And then you had some that were 100, 200. Then you had a couple that would probably been a small loss. So that's a lot of $500 trades. That's $12,000. $12,000 on a $1,000 trade, just trading all day and setting an ATM strategy for $500 and I guess probably a 40. Well, your stop would have been underneath your previous bar, so it depends on where it would have been. Sometimes it'd been a little less, sometimes a little more, but roughly 10, 15 point stops. I think a 15 to 25 point stop is good on it. I give the time frames and everything up whenever you lease the indicator. Everything's in the settings. I give you the settings for everything. This one right here, I'm not trading. I traded this morning and already made my money. But this one right here, you would have entered a short and you would have got your $500. When I hit my goal, I quit. I don't keep trading. I don't need to keep trading. Hit your goal, quit. But just right here, I mean, this one's a 300, that one's a 300, this one's a 400. So once you get so far, you can put at least a 200 stop. So you made 200, 400, 600, and 1,000 here. So there's $1,600 from 212 to 3:37. So hour and 20 minutes or so. $1,600. It's a good deal. The lease is $800 a month right now as we make this video. It's $800 a month. I will not ever sell the indicator. It'll always be a lease. Potentially make a bot for it in the future. If I do, then you'll have to pay an additional money for the bot. If you're doing the indicator only, the bot will probably, no guarantee here, but probably be $500 more. And the bot would just automatically enter the trade and have it set the way you want it. And you can still manually control that bot. If you currently lease SpyBot, then the bot will be included, but in order to do it, you have to lease the indicator. If you're only going to use this one, it's cheaper for you to lease the indicator and lease the bot for it if and when I make that bot. But for right now, you have to manually enter and control it. But you do have alerts on there that, you know, so if you're busy doing something, it'll alert you and let you know. Depends on how fast it's moving. There was an alert there. Depends on how fast it's moving for what you can get in. But once you see the orange, just be ready. Each one of those alerts are different, so you can change the sound of your long, short, and exit. As soon as you hear the exit, start looking for the next trade. You know, like this one here, it took a long time to get through, but you would have been out back in here. So you could just turn it, you know, to where you hear that. Let's see, we come down almost down into it. We bottomed out off of this one here. So that was our support down inside this zone. Angular is a very good indicator. Very good indicator. I turn my volume down on my laptop. That way that alert doesn't sound so loud. So now we're pushing right back up to that spot again. You know, we have just kind of ranged all day. This is all chop. This is a choppy day from 034. So that's like roughly 100 points up and down all day long. And 100 points is a lot, but it's not a lot when you're talking about all these moves in between. So like this one was what, 93 down to 7, so about 70 point differences. 28 to 50, so 50 to 70 point range all day. Now this one right here, you would have entered a short right there. Your short would have been there, your stop would have been here, and your $500 is, oops. Right there's your $500. So once it goes up and hits that, that'd be another $500. So if you'd taken, I mean, you've been almost there. I mean, I'd had my stop up in here to protect what's there. I would rather take 450 and it go up to 800 as to not take 450 and then come down to 350. That's my way of trading. I'm not greedy when I come to trade. I want to make money. I don't have to have it all. I just want to make money. And that's where you should be when you're trading. As long as you can make some of the money, that's all that matters. You don't have to have it all. I tell you what, it's been accumulation the majority of the day. I'd like to know which way they're going. I tell you, it sells off a lot easier than it goes along, though. Which tells me there's more sellers in control, but never know. Okay, the exit, if this closes down, that would be the exit, but you would have already exited the trade. You've already been out. Probably going down to the 987.50. It's probably where we're going. So right now we're 2 minutes away from the 51, so the volume's starting to try to come in. Now it's just a matter of which way we're going to go. So we got like another minute and so many seconds, and you'll see the volume come in. Right here is not a place I'd want to be in the trade, I don't think. But let's see if we're going down to it. The volume come in short. See if we make a new low of day. Right there is fighting for that low. We break through that green, then we are low of day. Looks like they're going to break through. Looks like we're on the 987.25. That's a hard one right there. I think right here's where we're going to go, though. Earlier, I thought we were going to go ahead and back up to the balance because we never hit the balance. It's not the end of the day, though, guys. It's only 200 points away. A lot of accumulation right there. We could easily go long right here. Looks like we all missed the magic number. Of course, the day's not over. We still have 7 minutes left. Broke through that zone. Going right down to 97.25. See all that volume come in? That's where all the buyers are. Looks like we're getting ready to shoot up real hard. You had all those buyers right down there around 97.50. This bar closes up, we're going to be on an orange bar. So we're getting ready to come in. They're reversing, covering the shorts. This bar closes high, then we're going to be green for a long. There we go. Volume's coming in hard. They're covering all their shorts now. Let's see, we'll run her up to 222. Make my day. This bar closes down, we'll be on an orange bar. Down is orange, up is green. About a minute left in the day. Well, Harlem, we're above 35, buddy. Having trouble getting over that zone right there. That teal and blue line is a major area of support and resistance. Should push on up to TP4, the 65.75. I would think it would push up to there. We're after 4 o'clock, so it's the volume's going to start dying a little bit. May get a good little push up. Sometimes you'll get that. Well, I tell you what, I was going to go run around today, and I've got paint to buy, and I was going to ride my bike, and I ended up staying here with you guys all day. What do you think about that? Well, hopefully you guys learned some things today. Learned a lot about Angular, zones, and balance. If anything I can do to help you with answering questions or anything, let me know. The balance and zones you can lease or buy. And Angular you can only lease. Possible bot coming for Angular. No promises, but possible. You're very welcome. Thanks for joining in. You got your good buddy that invited you. I like him. BJ's a good guy. Well, I'm going to wrap this up. It's the end of the day. Appreciate everybody being here. 6 hours, 20 minutes was this stream. Longest stream I've ever done. And if there's anything I can do to help anybody, let me know. You can check out my website. The links for the indicators and such are in the description. You guys have a great